Sutaranga Bhajo Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nivasesya Sunyavadi Vastyapya Desatarine Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Giri Govardhan, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Giri Govardhan. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Giri Govardhan, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Giri Govardhan. Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai. Nitai Gaura Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Nitai Gaura Hari Bo. Nitai Gaura Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Nitai Gaura Hari Bo. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Namaste Narasimhaya. Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Nrsimhadev 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 Jaya Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Shri Bhagwan ki, Maharaj ki, Jai Gaur Premananda. Tulasi Krishna
And thus, by chanting his holy name before quitting the body, the yogi is at once transferred of the eternal energy of the Lord to one of the eternal planets where there is no question of material life and its concomitant factors. Srimad Bhagavatam 1.9.9. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Bahujana Gaya Sharanayatana. Bahujana Gaya Sharanayatana. Bahujana Gaya Krishna Gaya Krishna. If one is infested with the 10 offenses in the chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, the spy has endeavored to chant the holy name in many breaths, who know to know the Godhead, which is the ultimate goal of spirit. The 10 offenses to be avoided are as follows. Number 1. Blaspheme the devotees who dedicate their lives to cultivation of the holy names of the Lord. Number 2. Consider the names of demigods like the Shiva or Brahma to be equal to the animal magician. Number 3. Disobey the orders of the spiritual master. Number 4. Blaspheme the devotees who show allegiance to the Number 5. Consider the orders of chanting Hare Krishna to the imagination. Number 6. Give some interpretation of the holy name of the Lord. Number 7. Commit sinful activities in the strength of the holy name. Number 8. Consider the name of the Lord activities on a daily basis. Number 9. Instruct the faithless person about the glories of the holy name. And number 10. Desire complete faith in chanting of the holy name. It is also considered an offense to be inattentive while chanting. Anyone who claims to be a Vaishnava must carefully guard against his offenses in order to quickly achieve the desired success, which is Krishna. Now let us take this opportunity to offer our humble obeisances to the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord, who just like desire trees, and to fulfill their desires to everyone, and are full of compassion for the fallen themselves. Nanti Kunti Vaishnava Rinki. Jai. Krishna
Govinda, Hare Krishna. Thích rồi đấy. Ê, đi đó, người đó cũng không nói ra, chứ là cái ta ấy. Thế là nó cũng nói thả rừng. Đó là chắc là chưa hay là ta có gì. Đây có hôm, cái thể nói là, và muốn chứ nói là, share, đấy là, share that and go about it. Thế đi ra, sao mà con được, ra cái là ý đồ của đó này. Thế nên đó là nói của nó biết gắn. Cho nên đây là nó đi cứ sự thế bắt đi. Ra cái đó là cái nào sách cả. Sao là đây là cái gì? Cái cái đó là cái
My only wish is that my consciousness is purified and always emanating from this Lord's side. Attachment to God's space is protection that fulfills all desires. My darkened eyes that fills my heart with transcendental knowledge. See my Lord birth after birth. From him ecstatic friend emanates. By him the ignorance is destroyed. The great scriptures sing his character. Our spiritual master is Yeshua. Lord, Lord, mercy to the devotees. Give us a shade of the Lord's feet. The faith that all the free words to take shelter of the Lord's feet.
This second kind of movement is high benediction for humanity at large, because it spreads the rays of the benediction beam through the life of all transcendental knowledge. It increases the ocean of transcendental bliss and enables us to fully taste the nectar for which we are always anxious. O my Lord, your holy name alone can render all benediction to living beings, and thus we will find the unions of names like Krishna and Govinda. And this transcendental man is the blessed holy transcendental. Not even our past rules for chanting these holy names. O my Lord, out of your kindness, enable us to easily virtue by your holy names. I am so unfortunate that I have no attraction for them. Chant the holy name of the Lord in a humble state of mind. Thinking oneself alone in the stormy street, one should be more tolerant than a tree and devoid of all sense of false prestige. One should be ready to offer all respect to others. In such a state of mind, chant the holy name of the Lord constantly. Almighty Lord, I have no desire to accumulate wealth, nor do I desire beautiful women, nor do I want any number of followers. I only want your orders of devotional service that
O Son Maharaj Krishna, I am your eternal servant, the Son Maharaj I have fallen into the ocean of open death. Please pick me up from this ocean of death, and place me as one of the atoms of your lotus feet. Oh my Lord, when my eyes get dead red and tears of love flowing constantly when I change my holy mood, when will my voice strike up, when the hairs of my body stand on end in meditation. Oh Lord, feeling your separation, I'm considering mine together 12 years or more. Tears are flowing from my eyes like torrents of rain, and I'm feeling awakening in the world of your absence. I am known that Krishna is my Lord, and you shall remain so, even if the animals are roughly by his embrace, who makes me broken hearted by not being present for me. He is completely free to do anything and everything, for he is always my worshipful Lord, unconditionally. Ram Jai Shri Krishna Sankirtan Ki Jai.
Don't forget. So who's them you're done to play? You can play? Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Janavalava Girivaradari Gopi Janavalava Girivarada Gopi Janavalava Girivaradari Gopi Janavalava Girivarada Jasodanandana Brajan Janaranjana Jasodanandana Jasodanandana Brajan Janaranjana Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Gopi Janavalava Girivaradari Gopi Janavalava Gopi Janavalava Girivaradari Gopi Janavalava Jasodanandana Bhajan Janaranjana Jasodanandana Bhajan Janaranjana Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Gandharachra Bhatan ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamini Dinamine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadara Shivasari Gauravakta Vindam Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhuvyaevacha Patitanam pavanevyo vaishnavevyo namo namaha. Hare Krishna, everyone. We're reading from Srimad Bhagavatam, 3rd canto, status quo. Text chapter 20, conversations between Maitreya and Vidura. Text number 26. Please repeat. Pahimam paramatmamste. Pahimam paramatmamste. Prashena nashriyam prayaha. Sorry. Preshane nashriyam prajaha. Taima jabitum papa. Taima jabitum papa. Uprakramanti mam prabho. Upakramanti mam prabho. Pahimam paramatmamste. Preshane nasrijam prajaha. Taima jabitum papa. Upakramanti mam prabho. Devotees. Pahimam paramatmaste. Upakramanti mam prabho. Vaishnavis. Parimam paramatmamste. Preshane nasrijam prajaha. Taima jabitum papa. upakramanti mam prabho. Word by word, please repeat. Pahi, protect. Mam, me. Sorry. Mam, me. Parama Atman, O Supreme Lord. Te, your. Preshanena, by order. Ashrijam, I created. Rajaha, living beings. Taimaha, those very persons. Javitum, to have sex. Papaha, sinful beings. Upakramanti, are approaching. Mam, me. Bravo, O Lord. Translation. Lord Brahma, approaching the Lord, addressed him thus: My Lord, please protect me from these sinful demons, who were created by me under your order. They are infuriated by an appetite for sex and have come to attack me. Please repeat. Lord Brahma, approaching the Lord, addressed him thus: My Lord, please protect me from these sinful demons who were created by me under your order. They are infuriated by an appetite for sex and have come to attack me. Purport by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. It appears here that the homosexual appetite for males for each other is created in this episode of the creation of the demons by Brahma. In other words, the homosexual appetite for a man for another man. The homosexual appetite of a man for another man is demoniac, and is not for any sane male in the ordinary course of life. Om Agyanati Mirandasya Gyananjana Salakaya Chaksurun Militam Jena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna. Okay, so quite a bombastic purport. I asked several seniors to advise me on how to tackle this in this day and age. Maybe, 20, 30 years ago would have been easier. Nowadays we have to be so politically correct and be careful what we say. However, there's a saying, I don't know if it applies in English, but you cannot cover the sun with a finger, right? In Spanish is a common saying. We cannot cover the sun with a finger. In other words, what the Shastras present is something that we cannot avoid. Maybe we don't like it, or maybe we don't like it just yet. We don't like it now. But at some point, of course, it's a personal choice, free will, but we have to accept the Shastra, right? In fact, in the Bhagavad Gita in chapter 16, titled Divine and Demoniac Nature, at the end Krishna defines, he gives the criteria of what is divine and what is demoniac. And simply, he says that those who deride the scriptures, they are considered demoniac. So that's a running topic of the Bhakti Shastras, to differentiate what is right, what is wrong, what is divine, what is demoniac. So in order to understand these sort of verses, these sort of instructions, these sort of warnings, can call them condemnations of certain behaviors, etc. It's also important to understand the context of the Bhagavatam. Otherwise, we come here after, what is it, 20 chapters. Second canto has 10 chapters. Who's good in mathematics? So that's 30 chapters, and then 19 chapters from first canto. So, 49 chapters. So after 49 chapters, which is, what is it? Maybe 3 times the Bhagavad Gita or so. Then we come to these descriptions, and then we find these verses, and then we get shocked, and then we get all, I can't take this Krishna consciousness. It's too much for me. I'm a modern person. So we need to understand things in context. That's the first point. In the first canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam, even before the whole Bhagavatam is presented, the sages of Naimisharanya indicate by glorifying Sutta Goswami the quality of a devotee. Right? So the purpose of this book, it is presented, of course, by Prabhupada in the introduction and the preface, basically to create a revolution. What we're saying now, if you go online, I mean, we're online, but you make a public statement and say something that we have just read, it will be viral, right? How these people can say things like that. But Prabhupada explains, what's that verse? Tadvat Vishargo Janatagava Viplavo. That this knowledge has the purpose, this is Bhagavatam, to create a revolution in a godless civilization. What is godless civilization? Another way to put it is a blind civilization. We're just running, trying to enjoy our senses. That's it. Vidya and avidya, the Sri Ishupanishad explains. Now, the Sri Ishupanishad also recommends that we learn these things side by side. We need to know these things. Why? Because we're in this material world. And these things come around. These things happen from the beginning of creation. These things are manifested in there. It's a tendency, it's a desire, it's defined here as a demoniac desire. But they are there. So we cannot just close our eyes. What are those examples that Prabhupada give? Like the ostrich that puts dig their head on the sand, in the sand, right? Nothing's happening, I'm not hearing. Or another one that Prabhupada gives is the rabbit. The rabbit, when it gets too scared, then what the rabbit does? Close its eyes. Oh, there's no tiger. No. But these things are there. So therefore the Shastra opens our eyes. Om Jnana Timirandasya. This is what it is. But going back to the context, the first canto encourages us to understand what is to be a devotee, and specifically what is to be a disciple or a student. We're here to learn. Many times I say this, I learn it from somebody, I forgot now exactly where. But in the Srimad Bhagavatam, or in the Bhagavat school, as Prabhupada calls it, we learn 3 things. What? Who remembers what are those 3 things? I mean, there are many things, but let's say in simple. Anybody? What do we learn from Bhagavatam? Krishna is a person. Yes, we learn about Bhagavan, right? Paramatma Brahman is there, but we learn about Bhagavan. So that's one thing. What else do we learn about in the Bhagavatam? She knows everything. Bhakti. So it's the easy, like when you go to kindergarten, primary school, you learn things by rhyming and simplifying things, and you have certain images. So it's easy, it's mnemonics, it's called, right? So the Bhagavatam has 3 B's. One is Bhakti, the other one is Bhagavan, and the other one is what? Bhakta, the devotees. So it's easy. The 3 B's of Bhagavatam. So if anything that we read in the Bhakti Shastras explain in the different sections something about these three topics. Describe Bhagavan, describe a devotee, describes bhakti. So, we may wonder, then why these sort of verses that are how can we say, deterrent of certain behaviors? These are warnings. Don't do this. Don't go there. Swim at your own risk. And all these sort of warnings that the Bhakti Shastra gives us. We find these what do you call that? Admonitions, what do you call that? Warnings in the Upadeshamrita, for example, right? Very directly. Rupa Goswami, who was empowered by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to teach us how to become strong in devotional service and how to avoid those things that are detrimental, destructive for our devotional service, right? Bacho vegan manosa krodha vegam, etc. Then we have in chapter 2, we have the predators of devotional service. What are those? Who remembers? Better get it right. Yeah. Atyahara prayasascha prajalpa niyamagraha janasangas chalolyam cham sabdir vaktir vinashati. Vinashati means to destroy. So we find warnings throughout the Bhakti Shastras. We find warnings in the Bhagavad Gita, we find warnings in the Upadeshamrita, we find warnings in the Sri Upanishad, and we find warnings practically every book that Srila Prabhupada presented. In the Nectar of Devotion, there's a long list of offenses, right? What not to do, don't sit touching your knees, don't stretch your legs in front of the deity, don't pass air, don't talk nonsense. So many things. And I remember once giving class in Mayapur, one Mataji, a couple of them actually, came up and I was reading, it was Prahlad Maharaj, prayers or something like that. And it was quite heavy. Prahlad Maharaj is just a young boy and he was speaking quite strongly. So these Matajis at the end, they say, why the Bhagavatam has to emphasize on these negative things, it's like discouraging. Huh? Don't do this, don't do that, don't think like this, don't feel like that, don't desire this, that. There's so many warnings. Sometimes, why don't we just, chant Hare Krishna and be happy? Yeah? And that's it. Simple. Eat lots of prasadam, be happier. Right? So I explained to her that it's just like when you're driving. When you're driving and then you see speed camera ahead or, steep road or road work, speed limit, all these things. And then if you don't follow, right? You know what happens if you don't stop at a stop sign? Anyone had got one of those fines? I got one 2 weeks ago. You know how much you have to pay? Guess. 120. Who gives more here? 300 something. 280. $410. Oh, that hurts. Somehow, after all my, 20 years driving in this country, I never really paid much attention to that detail. And what happened? The cops were behind me. And then they saw me, that I slowed down, but I didn't stop. And I researched, and I wanted to, contest that. I was thinking, I'm going to go to court, I'm going to defeat these guys. But they were behind. 2 lady cops. They won't let me go. Anyway. So my point is, there are some warnings, and if you don't follow those warnings, you pay the price, you pay the fine. That's what it is. So back to the initial sections of the Srimad Bhagavatam. In the first canto, we find a number of gurus. Sudha Goswami, who else appears in the Bhagavatam? I know I'm bringing your mind there. Narada Muni, then who else? That's at the very end. That's at the very end. He appears, that's the last chapter of first canto, appearance of Sukadev. Then we have Krishna. Krishna is the guru, Krishna is the guide, the mentor, the protector of the Pandavas. Kunti Maharani praying to him, etc. Then we have also Vishmadev, grandfather Vishma, instructing the Pandavas. Krishna was present, but he likes his devotees to take the role. You take the credit. So we find Vishmadev, and then we have Sukadev Goswami at the very end. So all those pastimes, the essential teachings from those different circumstances, different incidents, is to understand that we need to find a person whom we can ask questions. And then what? Then you ask the questions and then you just go away. Right? I heard this from a very senior devotee in ISKCON. I mean, I saw a video. He said that one time there was one young boy, usual pastime of Prabhupada, and then he was asking Prabhupada, he says, Prabhupada, can I ask a question? He was respectful. And then Prabhupada said, only if you will do what I tell you to do. So I remember this devotee telling the pastime. So when we ask questions, sincere questions, we have to be humble enough to then do what the answer is, apply what the answer is. So Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, ask questions humbly, but also apply the answers. Otherwise, what's the point of the questions, right? And actually, Sutta Goswami, he expressed, you know that verse, Prabhu, the Lokamangalam, you know, where he says that I'm very pleased. It is some prashna, I forgot the Sanskrit. I'm very pleased with your questions, because these questions are beneficial for everybody. They enliven the soul. Just the questions, imagine, you know, just the questions are so enlivening. Like that, you know, Arjuna has over 35 questions in the Bhagavad Gita. The sages of Naimisharanya present 6 questions, and there are further questions that are presented along the discussion, the narrations. Parikshit Maharaj present questions. And the questions themselves are auspicious, right? The basic questions, as we always explain with the Bhagavad Gita, is, who am I? Right? In the first canto, how can I be a disciple? How can I learn? What's the attitude? Just read the first two chapters. I always hear this, and I don't know if I came across the statement, but Giridhari Swami once told me that everything, I mean, I read that Prabhupada put everything in the first canto. You read that one, right? You heard that one, right? Everything in the first canto because he thought, I may die. And he almost did. I mean, we're not the body, yes, but Prabhupada almost left in the boat, in the Jaladuta. But I have heard also, but as I said, I never came across the statement. But the first two chapters are so powerful. Srimad Bhagavatam, that is. So one time I was going through some serious difficulty. In Manila, I was in Philippines. I had to go there to get a passport for my daughter. She was just newly born in Malaysia. South American parents. She was born illegally in Malaysia because we didn't have permission to stay long. So on a tourist visa, you cannot do that. So they will give us trouble. They will, I don't know what, find us. It's a Muslim country. So I was in trouble. So I called the embassies of Peru and Ecuador in Manila, and I said, can you facilitate this? This is 1990 or so, 91. And they say, yeah, you just come. You know, those were the days. Now things have changed. So there I was, and trying to get a passport for a baby that wasn't there. That's not done nowadays, right? It sounds even bad. I'm saying it publicly, right? But there I was doing that. So I went and I picked up the passport from Peru, the passport from Ecuador, And guess what happened when I was coming out? And it is famous. You can Google it. Might have been July, perhaps, 1991. A massive flood inundated the city of Manila. And the lady in the Ecuadorian embassy, she got one of those, DHL seat bags, or one of those, that protects from moist. And then they helped me to put it under my waist, like that. And I was swimming. And this is a city that I never lived. I was in the temple, 100-something R. Fernandez. I'll never forget that address. Because, we were swimming and floating away with the passports of my first daughter. And believe me, that day I learned the meaning of praying. I'm a good swimmer. And I was floating away, and, you see little tuk-tuks and cars and people floating, and it was an emergency. I don't know how I made it to the temple. By 3 a.m, they already have called the police and everything. And anyway, after that pastime, tragedy, I remember after a few days, Maharaj came. So I was seeing so many omens and so many negative things. So I said, Maharaj, how do I deal with this? It's too much. It's too much. So Maharaj said, go and read non-stop Sanskrit translation and purports of the first 2 chapters of the Srimad Bhagavatam. I was so affected. No money, my parents on the other side of the world. The devotees were incredibly supportive. And I was so mental, so many doubts, and your faith is like, oh no, after all these years chanting Hare Krishna, this is, it's like Krishna's punishing me. I'm trying to do the right thing. And he said, go and read the first 2 chapters. And I did. Took a shower, went to the Brahmachari ashram, sat there, to all the Prabhus there. Yeah, Prabhu, Maharaj told me, okay, Prabhu. And I was just chanting like a parrot, repeating everything. And it was amazing. It was amazing. After, I don't know how long it took me, I just felt so relieved. Better than any pill that you may take, better than any therapy that you may have. Amazing. Just like, wow. And then he said, and then tell me what happens. So I went running after lunch or so. Maharaj, thank you so much. It was so good. So the intention of the Bhagavatam is to prepare us for what's coming. And what's coming, it's a heart transplant. These books are not for entertainment. Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, they are not for information. Oh, so many planets and demigods and this and that and so many technical details. But he said they are for transformation. Right? We read Bhagavatam wishing that every word can enter through my ear into my heart and change me. That's the mood. That's what we learn in the first canto. And everyone is so ready for the Bhagavatam to appear, right? Through the lips of the devotees. So, in second canto, what do we find? What do we find in second canto? What's the title of second canto? First of all, let's go titles. It's easier for the mind. So we have the label in the folder, like in your desktop, right? Every desktop folder has a name. Otherwise, imagine you have 100 folders there with no name. It's confusing, hard time. So what's the title of second canto? I know I always ask these silly questions for you to stay awake. Third canto. Second canto? Thank you. Cosmic manifestation. First canto? Creation. Creation, cosmic manifestation, status quo. In fact, 7 cantos of the Srimad Bhagavatam have name related to creation. And creation means material world. Right? Why? Why these cantos talk about so much material nature? For example, chapter 13 in Bhagavad Gita. What's the chapter title? Chapter 13? Thank you. Nature, enjoyer, and consciousness. So nature refers there to material nature. Material nature. Again, why? Why all this information about material nature? Because we need to know where are we staying. If you want to escape from the jail, you have seen those books, stories, or movies, huh? You know, escaping from jail. You need to know where you are. You need to know the time when the guards come, you know, all that drama, all that interaction. What time they are there, what time there's a change of guards, and all this sort of jazz, right? When the delivery trucks come in, so people go in, you know, all these stories, yeah? Yeah? It's real stuff, yeah? It happens everywhere. In South America, you have to bribe, that's all. That's easier, you don't have to, you just have to bribe people. Maybe in India, it used to be like that too. So the idea is that this information that it's prepared and presented in the Bhagavatam is for us to be able to escape. That's what it is. So in second canto, what do we find? Cosmic manifestation. We find mainly Lord Brahma creating, right? Cosmic manifestation, right? And then what happens with him? He is confused. He doesn't know who he is. He doesn't know where does he come from. He doesn't know what he has to do. So the second canto presents that proposal that we all come from someone, from something. There's a source, right? We just appear, explosion, and we are here. No, that doesn't make sense. So the second canto gives us that perspective. And then, what are we going to do with our life? What's the purpose in life? In counseling, coaching, what's your purpose? People ask. You know, I want to be rich, I want to be successful, I want to be whatever. So the second canto brings us that through the agency of Lord Brahma's pastime, that we need to do something, right? But the first thing that we need to do is, what is the first thing we need to do? This is just a random question, but it doesn't have to be exactly in line. What is the first thing we have to do in a spiritual life? Prabhupada says this in the preface of the Upadeshamrita. What's that? Inquire. Okay, good. Yes. Inquired about what? Inquired about the absolute truth. Yeah? Anything else? Yes, yes. We have to inquire who we are. Who am I? Prabhupada says all these universities are useless unless they explain the existence of the soul and the source of the soul. That's how often he said that, yeah? So that's Srimad Bhagavatam second canto. What happens? The way that I learn it is Sishya, disciple, the first canto, Sadhana, the second canto, that he had to do austerity, right? Remember? Lord Brahma, he had to do austerity. First thing in a spiritual life, Prabhupada says in the preface of the Upadeshamrita, is to control the mind and the senses. Without that, you're going nowhere. If you have a horse that it's crazy, it's wild, untamed, most probably you're going to get your back or your neck or something broken because it's just wild. It's just going to drag you here and there. So the first duty in a spiritual life, Prabhupada says, is to control the mind and the senses. That's the first thing. And as we can see in the first section of the Bhagavad Gita, it's all about mind control. What do you do with your work? Karma yoga. What do you do with your cognitive capacity? Jnana yoga. Right? Karma yoga, action in Krishna consciousness, all these things. Dhyana yoga. How can you control the wild mind, or the wild horse of the mind and senses? So after all that is happening, and Lord Brahma teaches us that the purpose in life is to do something. To do something for the Supreme. To do something for the superior authority. We all are doing that, even if we don't want to agree or want to admit it. So after all that, right? These are 29 chapters. Then we enter into the third canto, and here we are, 20 chapters in, and this third chapter actually is like a summary of the whole Bhagavatam, right? First of all, I think it's the second largest canto after the 10th canto. Second largest, 33 verses. And in the beginning we find a whole description of pretty much the Krishna book. Right? This is described there in the beginning. Remember? So many pastimes of Krishna were there. So 3 characters come into the scene at that point. There is Vidura, Maitreya, and who was the early one also that was part of that? Uddhava, right? Incredible people, and Prabhupada explains in his purports about these wonderful personalities who are sharing what they perceive from Krishna. And although it's interesting because you know who Vidura is? Here is conversations between Maitreya and Vidura. Vidura is actually Jamaraj, Lord Jamaraj. And Jamaraj, we may say, is the Lord of Death. Yeah? Jama also. But Jama also means regulation. He's the person who's, the superintendent of the law. That's what he is. But he committed a mistake, right? Apparently. You know the story, yeah? So there was a sage. What was the name of the sage? So this sage, one time there was a situation. I'm going to get so much into the details because no time. But there was some thieves or some murders or something like that. So the constables, the soldiers came and they took the sage because somebody said that they're hiding there. So they thought, okay, the sage is involved. He's, what do you call that? I don't know the legal terms when you hide a criminal. Okay. So he was taken and he was accused and he was condemned to be, how do you say that in English? Speared, right? Empalizado, in Spanish. You put a stick through the person's orifices and kill him. And leave it there so people know you don't do that. So he was about to be killed like that. Imagine that situation. This is, a great sage. And then he's like, what's happening here? So anyway, he does, because of his mystic powers, he, inquires to Lord Jamaraj, how is it possible that you allow this to happen? This is not proper, right? And then Jamaraj tells him that, when you were little, and boys, I don't know, ladies, girls, but boys, we know stupid things when we're very little, and sometimes when we're not too little. And then as a little kid, the sage was playing with his friends, and they were piercing insects, right? So because of doing that, he's supposed to pay like that. So there are different codes. So the sage argued, he said, but when you're little, you don't have all that information to discriminate what's right from wrong. So you're, instead of being the superintendent of the law and dharma and all that, you're actually acting like a Sudra. You're thinking like a Sudra. Therefore, I curse you that in your next life, you are born like a Sudra. So that's how Vidura appears as the son of the Sudrani. Like that. There is a whole pastime how he came about that. But this is just for us to understand that these are great personalities, and all these things that are happening are for us to learn how to advance, how to inquire further from the absolute truth. So that's a bit of the context of where we are. Status quo means how things are settled. What's the status quo? You are cooking a cake. What's the state? How's it going? What's the report? Oh no, it's just about to be ready. That's the status quo. So things are developing here, and Lord Brahma is creating things, putting things in place. So status quo means how things finally got done. So all these things are manifesting. So that's one thing very important, to always study the Shastras in context, because there's some previous information that has been given. And if we don't consider that, then we may find sections, verses, statements that might be shocking for us. But if we understand what's the purpose of Bhagavatam, is to transform our heart and to help us to develop love for Krishna and to go back home, back to Godhead. Now we're so caught up in body and man and woman, or heterosexual and homosexual and this, and then we can go on, and for that you can go online, on the internet, and whatever. We're not the body. And yes, this is a direct warning. This homosexual appetite is sinful. This is what Shastra is saying, right? We cannot hide it. So that's one thing. The other thing that I quickly wanted to mention is that whenever we find criticism, Lord, Bhaktivinoda Thakur explains, there's a book called Vaishnava Ninda, criticizing Vaishnavas. And in that book, if anybody's interested, I can send you the audio. In that book, he explains that there are basically two reasons why, because we always say, don't offend devotees, right? That's the first offense. And we say, don't criticize, and we get all these amazing quotes here and there. Bhaktivinoda Thakur says something quite interesting. Number one, if you criticize devotees, that's called an aparat. It's an offense, and your spiritual advancement will get blocked. The other thing that he says in regards of criticizing non-devotees, he says it's a sin. That's what he says. It's a sin. And you will pay for that. Right? You will suffer for that. Have you had that experience when people talk about you and you haven't done much bad to earn that criticism? Have you had that experience or not yet? Right? Oh, this guy, he's like that. He's always blah, blah, blah. Just talks and doesn't do much. Oh, she's always wanting to show off or blah, blah. All these things, we hear that quite a lot, yeah? So Bhaktivinoda Thakur talks about that. But then he says that sometimes criticism is necessary, right? And somebody may say, why the Bhagavatam why Prabhupada has to say that? And Bhaktivinoda Thakur says that the reason why some people behaving in certain ways are criticized or condemned is, one, to help yourself. That's not good. It's not good to cross the red light. It's not good. Right? Look what happened. And the other thing is to help others. Right? Is to help oneself. Actually, he says three things. One, to help oneself, to help disciples, or the ones who are listening or wanting to take instruction or advice from you. And third, to help everyone, to help the world, to help the loka. Loka means people in general. That is wrong. I should not cross the red light or cross the stop sign. Not only for me, but I tell my son, my daughters, Kana, be careful. $410. Oh my God. And everyone's, oh my God, this is, and for others. So for us, for our people, and for others. That's the need of identifying that. Okay, we understand. Okay, yes, it's important to have warnings. It's important the mood, the attitude in which we learn about these things we have to be careful not to become critical. All these people, and we may have friends who are, have that tendency. Hare Krishna. What happened? So that's another thing. The final thing is how to apply this knowledge, how to apply these teachings. What do you do with it? You go with a machine gun and to a gay parade or Mardi Gras or one of those. What do you do? What do you do? You see, Srila Prabhupada, this is super interesting. I find it very interesting. I have been, a month researching about this. Srila Prabhupada, when he started what's called the Hare Krishna Explosion, there was a book called Hare Krishna Explosion by Hayagriva Prabhu. Amazing. How everything really started. That's like the atomic bomb of Krishna consciousness in the world, actually. He's the main person, one of the main persons that Srila Prabhupada engaged in that explosion, of course, there's Mukunda Maharaj, there's Syamasundar Prabhu, and there's their wives, and all that group of boys and girls, as he called them. The one person who was key in that explosion was a famous character. You know who I'm talking about? Huh? No. Allen Ginsberg. You know who Allen Ginsberg is? Famous homosexual of the hippie era in America. And he will tune harmoniums with Prabhupada. He will discuss some strategy, how to go, who's going to talk first, or who's going to sing first. So my point is, to wrap it up, is that we need also spiritual maturity, how to understand these instructions, how to apply them, because Prabhupada himself, he didn't refuse anybody. In fact, he engaged them in devotional service. So he could, this person can get purified, and see what he did, right? Not only him, there are others from what I have learned from different senior devotees, you know? So he engaged Allen Ginsberg, a known homosexual, openly and preaching about acid and free sex and all that. It's not that he wasn't saying the things that he had to say in class. He wasn't covering the purports, right? In fact, maybe third canto, I remember that Russian devotee, I was hearing his class, he was telling how the first canto obviously was done in India. The second canto was done or completed, finished in America. And maybe when everything was exploding is when Prabhupada was commenting on this, right? I know there's a chronology. The different cantos were presented at different times like that. So Prabhupada is commenting on what he's seeing. This is the reality that he's seeing. However, you see his implementation of that teaching, right? In a very, how can we call it, magnanimous way. Everyone should be engaged in Krishna consciousness. Everyone. This is Krishna consciousness for everyone. There is no bar. There is no, not for women, not for gays, not for lesbians, not for poor, not for the rich, not for the... Everybody. Is that correct? That's Lord Chaitanya's movement, right? According to the Vedas, there are many things, but I don't want to get enemies from any corner, you know. Women are not meant to do certain things, right? Women are not meant to take second initiation. Am I right, ladies? Yeah? What Prabhupada did? Revolutionized. And he gave second initiation, right, to the ladies in Boston. You can read it. Satsuru Maharaj, there. The men got it first, the ladies, Prabhupada, we're very annoyed with you. We're very upset. How is it possible? This is discrimination. Prabhupada, no worries. Get ready, I'll initiate you tomorrow. And that's how it started, right? So there are many things that Vedically ladies may not be allowed to do. But Prabhupada started a revolution. And as he said, the house is on fire, you know. He said, oh, no, you are not a fireman or a fire lady. No, just take the bucket and help, you know. There's a saying, I forgot that, Prabhupada uses that. You know, when you're at war, there's emergency and people are attacking. And then you are something by command, that you name somebody a sheriff or a general, you know, I don't know, something like that. And you just give them a rifle, and then the person goes and fight. So in the same way, everyone is invited. That's Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And the understanding is that sooner or later, our heart will be transformed, which is the very same purpose of the Bhagavatam and the Bhagavad devotee. So when we hear these things, demoniac and all that, we have to understand, okay, this is a warning for me, this is a warning for others, right? But that doesn't mean that we are not going to engage with those people, right? It's not us and them. We are one, because now we may be laughing, oh, these people, look at what they're doing, but we don't know what's going to happen next life. That's why Bhaktivinoda Thakur says it's a sin, because sins you have to pay. And then maybe next life you'll be in a condition where people will be laughing at you or condemning you or criticizing you. Right? That's the reaction, it's a sinful reaction. Prabhupada used to give the example of maybe some of you, if you haven't been in India or countries around in Asia, are not so familiar, but Prabhupada used to give the example of the cow dung. Right? Maybe we should do that here, right? The cow dung, they do the patties. Huh? And then you see, when you go to some villages in India, then you see the patties of cow dung are plaster on the walls of the houses, the mud houses, right? And then you can see that some of them are dry. When they dry, they start falling down, and then they use it for fuel. But there are others that are wet. So Prabhupada gives the analogy, he says, the wet cow dung laughs at the dry cow dung. Why? Because the cow dung, the dry one, it's going to be burned. You're going to be burned. Right? And the dry cow dung thinks, yeah, but you're next. So we may be laughing and we may be criticizing and we may be condemning and insulting and hating, these people or that people. But we don't know what's going to happen next life. So we better be humble and careful and respectful. That's why, what is the most important mantra apart from the Hare Krishna mantra according to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in our line? Trinara peace and Ichana. Mana dena. Mana doesn't mean mine in that context. It means honor. Mana dena. Honor people. Smile at people. Hare Krishna, thank you for coming. First time in the temple. Oh, can I help you? Want to see this, that, the other. You don't care, okay, what's your sex? What's your gender preference? How do you identify? What's your sexual preference or anything like that, right? No, just come in. You're a spirit soul, part and parcel of Krishna. Yes, here, look, Krishna, so beautiful, amazing, right? Take prasadam. Yeah, that's the mood. That's Prabhupada's mood. So yes, these instructions are for us. These instructions are for others. These instructions are for the world. But we have to be experts how to present these things. And the best way to do it is Mahajana Janagata Sapantaha, following in the footsteps of the great devotees like Srila Prabhupada. Okay, thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada ki, Gantarachmil Bhatan ki, Jai Gaur Pramanandi, Hari Hari. No questions. This was stayed.